风停了，整个北方大地只剩下雪落在雪上的声音。这个声音今晚属于你。
The air has already changed. You may have noticed it before you were quite aware of noticing. A cooling at the edges of the breath, a faint softening of whatever sounds were present, as though the world has taken one slow step back from you and left a little more room between things. The ground beneath you is still there, solid, real. The weight of your body settles into it, and the warmth gathered where you rest has not gone anywhere. But somewhere beyond the closed dark of your eyelids, something is shifting. A landscape is arriving, not rushing towards you, not demanding your attention, simply becoming present, the way mist becomes present on a still morning, or the way a stone has always been there in a stream, waiting only to be seen. It begins with cold, not the sharp cold of wind, not the cold that stings, something older than that, and quieter, a cold that has been here for a very long time, that does not move, and does not ask anything of you. The kind of cold that belongs to a place where the seasons have grown uncertain, where summer visits briefly, and winter stays. You feel it first at the back of your hands, then along the line of your shoulders, and at the very top of your throat, where the air arrives before it enters you. It's not unpleasant. It's a cold that settles you, that makes the warmth of the blanket or the mattress, or whatever holds you, feel more present, more deliberate. A warmth you are now aware of, that you didn't need to notice before. The ground here, in this landscape arriving, is pale, frost pale, not white with snow but faded with it, as though the land remembered snow so many times that the memory has stained the soil permanently. Grasses grow low and sparse. They don't move. There is no wind. That absence is its own sensation. You may have spent so much of your life inside the sound of wind, through trees, under doors, across the surface of water, that wind's absence is something you can actually hear, a kind of held breath in the atmosphere, a pressure that is chosen not to release. The grasses are still, the soil is still, the sky above this landscape, and you can sense it even from here, even without looking, is not quite dark and not quite light. It is the color of something that has given up making a decision. A sky that neither offers day nor refuses it, a sky that has simply stopped. You move forward, or the landscape opens further. It happens the same way. The frost-pale ground slopes, gradually, almost imperceptibly downward. The sparse grasses thin further. Between them, patches of bare earth, the color of ash, the color of old bone, the color of rock that has not seen rain in a very long time. The cold deepens, not dramatically. It deepens the way water deepens when you wade farther from shore. You notice it most in the parts of you already submerged, the parts already committed to the journey. Somewhere ahead, you can sense water. Not the sound of it. There is no sound here of that kind. No lapping, no current, no movement of any surface. But the air carries a different quality, a heaviness, a density. Water holds cold differently than land does, holds it in a slower, larger way, and the air above a vast stretch of water carries that slowness in its weight. You are approaching the shore of something. The ground becomes sparser still. The last few blades of frost-pale grass appear on either side, and then disappear entirely. Beneath your feet, or beneath the sense of movement that stands in for feet in this kind of arrival, the soil gives way to stone. Flat stone, worn smooth, the kind of stone that has been touched by water so many times across so long a span of years that it has simply become smooth by agreement. The stone is cold, not uncomfortably so, solidly, permanently cold, the cold of something that has never been warm and has made its peace with that. And ahead, the edge, not a dramatic edge, not a cliff or a wall or a sudden drop, simply the place where the stone ends and the darkness begins, where the known world, pale soil, still grass, gray stone, releases its claim on the landscape, and what continues forward is something else, the northern sea. You cannot see the far shore. There is no far shore visible from here, and this is not because it's hidden by mist or distance in the ordinary sense. It is because this water, this vast, cold, dark water, does not keep a far shore in view. It is one of those places the old geographers called immeasurable, not because they failed to measure it, but because measurement was the wrong kind of attention to bring here. 10,000 li of dark water. The number is not quite a number. It is a gesture toward scale, the way pointing at the sky is a gesture toward distance. 10,000 li of water that reflects nothing. No stars above, because the sky here holds no stars this far from the places where stars belong. No moon reaching its light this far north. No wind to carry even the memory of a surface. The water is still, completely still. You breathe and the air that enters you is cold and faintly heavy and carries nothing in it. No salt, no decay, no familiar smell of tide or mud or living things. Clean, old, the kind of air that has been in the same place for a very long time and sees no reason to become anything other than what it is. The warmth at your back, your actual back resting where it rests right now, is something you're still aware of. The weight of your arms, the slight release at the hinges of your jaw, these things are still here, still real, still present, even as the dark water opens in front of you, and the cold of this old still place settles into the space between your thoughts. You are at the edge of the northern waste, and the darkness ahead of you is not empty, not threatening, not cold in the way that troubles, but not empty. There's something in this dark water, something that has been here as long as the water has, something that moves through the unmeasured depths so slowly that its movement cannot be called movement in any way the body usually recognizes movement, something so vast that the whole of its body cannot be held in thought at once, only approached from one side at a time, the way a mountain can only be seen from one direction at a moment. You don't see it yet, but somewhere out in the 10,000 li of still dark water, somewhere in that absolute quiet, in that old, held, lightless place, there is light. Not the light of stars, not borrowed, not reflected, not carried from somewhere else. Something that belongs entirely to the creature that holds it. A light that has been burning in the dark for longer than the northern shore has held its frost, for longer than the smooth stones at the waterline have been smooth. Two small lights, warm and very far away, and coming, so gradually that you might mistake the approach for stillness itself. Closer. You do not need to move toward them. The dark water will do what it has always done. The vast creature below will rise and lower at its own pace, following a rhythm that has nothing to do with the turning of any visible sky. And in time, in a time that asks nothing of you, requires no waiting, no effort, no watchfulness, those lights will be near enough to rest in. For now, the edge, the cold stone at the shore, the still water, the darkness that is not empty, the warmth at your back, the slight soft weight of your own breathing. That is enough. That is exactly enough. The old records begin with a direction and a distance. North, they say, and then 10,000 lie. These are not the coordinates of a place you could find on a surveyor's map. They are measurements of a different kind, the kind that tells you not where something is, but how large the world must be to contain it. The text belongs to a section of the Northern Records, the Beihuangjing, the scripture of the Northern Waste, a part of the great geographical catalogs that Chinese scholars compiled across many centuries, attempting to name and describe what lay at the edges of the known world. Most of the entries in these catalogs are brief. They list a mountain, a river, an unusual creature. They give a name, a location, a physical description. The prose is spare and careful, as if the catalogers understood that, in describing the boundaries of the world, it is best not to say too much. This entry is no exception. North, 10,000 lie, dark water, a creature inside it, eyes like lamps. 7 words in the original, in the compressed grammar of classical Chinese. And yet what those 7 words open up is vast enough to hold the attention of a mind slowly releasing its grip on the day. The place the text names is the Minghai, the dark sea, the sea of deep shadow, the cold northern water at the boundary of mapped earth. The word Ming carries several meanings at once. It can mean dark or dim. It can mean obscure or hidden. It can suggest the deep interior of something, the part that does not receive light. And in older usage it carries the weight of the underworld, not in the sense of punishment or suffering, but in the sense of the deeply interior, the profoundly below, the part of existence that lives beneath the surface of the visible. The dark sea, then, is not simply unlit. It is a place of interior depth. 10,000 lie. A lie in the old Chinese measurement is roughly half a kilometer. 10,000 of them would stretch across an almost inconceivable distance. 5,000 kilometers of open water, with no shore visible in any direction from the middle of it. But the old catalogers were not always interested in literal geography. 10,000 was a number they used the way some cultures use the word countless. It meant more than you can hold in your mind. It meant, do not try to measure this. It meant you are beyond the edge of the world where measurement applies. So 10,000 lie is both a number and an instruction. The instruction is, stop counting. Your breath, wherever you are now, is slow and even. The weight of your body against whatever holds you is soft and sure. You do not need to count anything. 10,000 lie of dark water. What does it look like from above if you were somehow floating at the very limit of what can be seen? The text gives no description of the surface. That absence is itself a kind of description. A living sea, the seas we know, carries light. Starlight finds the surface of the ocean and breaks across it. Millions of small moving reflections. A restlessness of light that makes even the darkest night ocean seem alive with something above it. On clear nights, the stars in the sea seem to speak to each other. The water surface becomes a second sky, scattered, softened, breathing in long swells. The dark sea does not do this. The northern records do not tell us there are no stars above the dark sea. They simply don't mention the sky at all. And in the economy of these old catalogs, what is not said is often as important as what is. The sky above the dark sea is absent from the record, which means either there is no sky, or the sky there has nothing to offer. No light comes from above, No reflection forms on the surface of the water. The sea and the sky in this place are the same substance. You cannot tell where one ends and the other begins. This is not disorienting. It is the opposite. It is a kind of rest for the eyes and for the part of the mind that usually works to distinguish up from down, near from far, solid from open. None of those distinctions apply here. There is no horizon to track. There is no edge to find. There is only the dark and the water and the vast distance of 10,000 li. Now, what about the surface itself? On any body of water that has wind, the surface is legible. A sailor can read the lines on the water the way a reader reads a page. The ripples tell you the direction of the wind, its speed, its steadiness. Even when the wind is very light, it leaves traces. Even on a calm morning lake, there are small shifts, small movements, small disturbances that map what is happening in the air above. The dark sea has no wind lines. The catalogers don't say this directly, but the entry's silence implies it, and it is confirmed by the quality of the darkness the text describes. The Minghai is not a place of weather. Weather requires the interaction of warm air and cold air, of moisture rising and falling, of the sun's heat-setting atmosphere in motion, but no sun reaches the northern waste. There is no source of differential heat. There is no engine to drive the wind, and so the surface of the dark sea is still, not still in the way that a lake is still at 4 in the morning, with the possibility of wind always hovering nearby, with the memory of yesterday's movement and the slight turbulence below. Still in a more permanent sense, still in the way that the deep interior of things is still, still the way your body is still when it is finally fully given over to the weight of sleep, not tense against movement, but simply having nothing in itself that needs to move. The dark sea is still, and its depths. The text says nothing about the depths of the dark sea. This is the third silence, and it is the deepest one. Every ocean we know has been measured, or at least approached with measurement. Echo sounders sending pulses downward, waiting for the return. The ocean floor, even in its deepest trenches, answers back eventually. The pulse comes home. The distance is calculable. The dark sea offers no return. This is not because the water is infinitely deep, although it may be. It is because the dark sea is not a place built for the kind of knowing that measures and returns. The catalog entry does not worry about the depth of the water, because depth in this place is not a fact to be noted. It is simply the condition of everything here. Depth without limit, darkness without source, stillness without agitation. The catalogers wrote their entry and set down their brushes. They did not speculate. They did not say what lay at the bottom of the northern sea. They moved on to the next entry. But the darkness they left in that silence is still here. Your eyes, behind their closed lids, know something of this quality of dark. The darkness inside your closed eyelids is not the same as the darkness of a room with the lights off. It is interior darkness, the darkness of something that does not depend on outside conditions. Whether the room is bright or dim, whether it is day or night beyond the window, the darkness behind your eyes is its own. That is the Ming of the Minghai. Not darkness as the absence of light, darkness as its own substance. The old texts understand this distinction very carefully. In Chinese cosmology, darkness is not the failure of light to arrive. Darkness is a first principle, one of the original conditions from which everything else emerges. Before the separation of heaven and earth, before the differentiation of yin and yang, there was Hundund, a seamless, undivided, dark wholeness. The northern sea carries some of that quality. It is not what remains after the light has gone. It is what was here before the light ever arose. To be in the dark sea is to be in something older than the sun. There is a quality to this that is not frightening, not in the way that sudden darkness can alarm. This is a darkness you can settle into. This is a darkness with density and warmth at its edges, a darkness that holds its own. The cold of the northern waste is real, but cold and darkness together can produce a particular kind of stillness that is almost like comfort, the comfort of something large and old and indifferent to your presence, requiring nothing from you, disturbed by nothing you could do. The shores of the dark sea are unmarked. The text does not describe them, and that is accurate. There are no ports, no landings, no carved stones to tell travelers they have arrived. The edge where land meets water is simply where the frozen ground gives way to the sea's stillness. No ceremony marks it. No name names it. You simply find yourself at the place where the solid world ends and the dark water begins. The water itself has no smell. Most water carries something. Salt, mineral, the green trace of algae, the movement of tides that churn organic life. The dark sea is too deep, and too cold, and too still for that kind of surface life. Its water is neutral, barely present to the senses as water at all, more like the idea of water, depth without disturbance, surface without reflection, volume without content, and yet, somewhere in all that measured, silent, unmeasured darkness, 10,000 lie of it, surface to shore to depth to shore again on the other side, a distance so great the phrase for it means simply more than you can hold. Somewhere inside that cold and lightless volume, something is moving, something very large, something very slow, something whose presence you'd feel long before you saw it. A change in the quality of the stillness, a shift in the way the dark water holds itself, a very slight displacement that begins far below and rises over hours toward the surface. It is not the wind. There is no wind here. It is not the turning of any current. The dark sea has no currents. It is the slow passage of a body 1,000 li long, making its unhurried way through the dark water, moving at a pace that has no relationship to urgency, no connection to destination, simply following the rhythm of its own vast and ancient life. And somewhere at the front of that movement, somewhere ahead of the long, slow body in the dark, two lights, still warm, still far, still coming, 1,000 li. It is worth staying with that number for a moment, not to count it, but to feel it dissolve into something beyond counting. A single li is roughly half a kilometer. 1,000 of them placed end to end would stretch further than most rivers run from source to sea. And this creature, this vast, unhurried presence moving through the dark water, holds all of that length within a single living body. The mind reaches for comparison and finds none. Mountains are long in one direction, but they are fixed. Rivers are long, but they borrow their length from the land. This body is long the way a thought can feel long in the almost sleep, trailing behind you, unrolling ahead of you, without a clear beginning or a clear end. You are simply inside its length. The text records it plainly, without elaboration. A fish, 1,000 li long, moving through the northern dark sea. The plainness is its own kind of vastness. There is something in the way a living body of that scale must move, not like a dart through water, not like the quick silver flash of something small and urgent. A creature 1,000 li in length moves the way a slow tide moves, with such gradual momentum that the water itself has time to part politely, to step aside, to make room over the course of hours rather than seconds. Its tail might be in motion for a full day before that motion travels the full length of its spine and arrives, as a subtle flex, at its head. Think of that. A signal, slow and warm and muscular, traveling the length of a continent. The dark sea responds to this, not loudly, not with waves or turbulence. The response is far too slow and far too deep for that. What happens when the great fish moves is more like a conversation between densities. The water shifts its weight, and somewhere far above, on a surface that has never seen a ripple, the faintest swelling begins, a rise of perhaps a hand's width, if anyone were there to measure it. A long, smooth lifting of the surface, over a distance of many li, as if the sea itself were drawing one slow breath, as the body has passed and the water returns to its former arrangement. That surface settles again, as slowly as it rose. The fish does not know this, or perhaps it does, the way very old things sometimes know the effects of their own weight on the world around them, not as knowledge exactly, but as something felt, a rightness, a belonging. Your own breathing has slowed a little, you may notice. The air in this dark place is not cold. It is cool in the way of deep water, the kind of cool that presses against warmth and holds it in. Your body is heavy in the way of something that has stopped trying to be light. The great fish's body is mostly stillness. This is worth understanding. Even in motion, a creature 1,000 li long is mostly still. At any given moment, the tip of its tail may be completing one slow sweep, while the middle of its body drifts unmoving in the dark water, and its head continues forward at a pace that makes patience seem hasty by comparison. The motion is local, sectional, a slow conversation between parts, each part notifying the next, each transition taking more time than most creatures have in a full life. What this means is that the vast body is at almost every point resting, not sleeping, not yet, but resting. The muscles at the midpoint of its length are perfectly still, while the muscles far behind them are engaged. By the time the motion arrives from one end to the other, the section where it began has long since returned to stillness. The creature moves and rests simultaneously, everywhere along its length, in a long, slow wave of effort and release. The dark water holds each section in turn. Before the great fish is seen, if it could be seen, it would be felt. This is the particular nature of something vast moving slowly through a medium that remembers pressure. The feeling would arrive as a slight warming, perhaps. The body of a living creature 10,000 times larger than anything that swims in ordinary waters carries warmth in the way a mountain carries warmth, releasing it slowly, long after the sun has gone. The dark water near the great fish is a degree warmer than the water far from it. 2 degrees. Enough to notice if you were made of something that noticed temperature the way deep water does. The feeling would arrive also as a pressure. Not a forceful pressure, nothing so blunt. More a sense of something very large occupying space nearby, the way the presence of a mountain occupies space even when you cannot see the mountain through the clouds. The water knows, the water adjusts, and then before anything is visible, there would be the sound, a sound so low it is more felt than heard, a vibration that passes through water, and if you were submerged in that water, through your body, the lowest register of a living engine, the biological hum of muscle and blood and breath, and a scale that rewrites what those words mean. Breath, for something this large, is not the quick exchange of a small animal. It is a movement of gases deep in a body cavity the size of a valley, taking place over minutes, not seconds. the lungs, if lungs is even the right word, filling with dark water, or something for which no word has been needed until now. That low hum, that vibration, it arrives before the warmth. Almost, it travels faster, and so, the knowledge of the great fish reaches anything in its vicinity long before the great fish itself does. This is not a creature that surprises. This is a creature so large that surprise is structurally impossible. It is announced by its own existence, by the physics of what it means to be that present in a given space. The dark water carries the news ahead of the body, and the body follows, unhurried, having no reason to rush and no awareness of anything that might require rushing. There is a kind of dignity in that. The fish does not know it is large. It does not experience itself as vast. It experiences itself the way every creature experiences itself, from within, where the scale is simply ordinary, where the slow flex of a tail is simply the slow flex of a tail, where the dark water pressing against its skin is simply the medium of its life. From within, a creature 1,000 li long moves just as it always has. From within there is only the next slow flex, the next slow glide, the familiar press of cool water, the warmth of its own body returning to it from the water nearest its skin. The rhythm that has been its rhythm for as long as rhythm has meant anything. The weight of your body against the place where you are resting is much the same kind of knowledge, not a thought, just a pressure, just a warmth, just a familiar heaviness that means you are here, and you are still, and the surface beneath you is holding. No effort is required for that. The great fish requires no effort to be held. The dark sea holds it the way dark holds everything, completely, without preference, without condition. The fish moves at no speed that has a name. Between a drift and a swim, between intention and habit, between being still and being in motion, there is a pace so slow that these distinctions lose their edges. You could watch a single fin for a long time before you were certain it had moved. You could fix your gaze on the creature's side and see nothing but darkness, and then look away and look back and sense, not see, but sense, that something had shifted, that the water was reading differently than it had before. This is the pace of geology, the pace of root growth, the pace at which stone remembers the shape of water, and the great fish moves at that pace through 10,000 li of dark sea, going neither toward anything nor away from anything, simply following the deep and ancient rhythm of its own living body through the dark. Ahead, at the far end of that vast slow length, the two lamps glow. They have been glowing for longer than any other light source you might name. Not fire, not star, not moon, not the borrowed gleam of anything. They are the fish's own, produced in the tissues of its body the way warmth is produced, the way breath is produced, as a function of being alive in this particular and necessary form. They do not flicker. They glow with the steadiness of something that does not depend on fuel, because the fuel is the life itself, the ongoing life, the vast slow river of metabolism that moves through a body 1,000 li long, the way a slow current moves through a deep channel. As long as the fish lives, the lamps glow. The dark sea holds them, those two warm points of light, moving at a pace that makes patience look restless, moving through a darkness that has no need of them and no objection to them. The darkness and the light coexisting, neither one diminishing the other, each one complete in its own nature. The fish continues forward. The water receives its passage, adjusts, returns, holds. The light moves on. There is a phrase in the old text. Its eyes like bright lamps. Qi mu ru ming dung. And it arrives in the record with no elaboration, no explanation, as if the scribe who first wrote it down understood that some images require no further comment. The eyes are like bright lamps. The sentence closes. The bamboo strip holds its silence. But to stand here in this documentary stillness and simply accept the comparison, that would be to pass over something worth approaching more slowly. What does it mean exactly for a living eye to be a lamp? The eyes of most creatures do not produce light. They receive it. They are instruments of collection, of gathering, pupils that widen in low conditions, drawing in whatever faint radiation the world offers, translating that into shape and distance and the slow architecture of a perceivable world. The eye, in this ordinary sense, is a passive thing. It waits. It depends. It works only as well as the light available to it allows. The lampfish, this great creature of the northern dark sea, reverses that dependency entirely. Its eyes do not wait for light. They make it. They carry it the way the body carries warmth, from within continuously as a condition of being alive, rather than as a capacity borrowed from somewhere else. The light is biological. That word biological does not appear in the old text, which has no need of it, but the concept is there, embedded in the image. The eyes are like bright lamps, not like mirrors catching a distant star, not like surfaces that shine only when something else shines first. The comparison the text chooses is to a lamp, an object that produces light from its own substance, that is its own source. And yet even a lamp, in the old world the text belongs to, depends on oil or tallow or bundled reeds soaked in fat. A lamp runs out. A lamp must be tended. A lamp requires a hand to light it and hands to keep it burning, and when the oil is gone, the lamp is only an empty vessel in the dark. The fish's eyes are not like that. Your breath moves slowly now, in and out, and the weight of your body against what holds it is steady and even. The dark behind your eyelids is a gentle dark, soft and without edges. The fish's eyes are like lamps in their quality of light, in the warmth of that light, in the way it falls outward rather than gathering inward. But they exceed the lamp in their independence. No tending, no fuel carried from outside. The light is continuous because the life is continuous, and the two are so thoroughly the same thing that to speak of one without the other is to miss what the text is recording. The old catalogers were precise people. They chose the word lamp, dung, rather than fire or star or torch. That choice carries information. Fire, in the cosmological vocabulary of this world, is dramatic. Fire is transformation, consumption, the visible process of one thing becoming another. Fire moves, fire devours, fire belongs to a register of sudden, energetic change. Stars are cold. Stars are distant. Stars belong to a different order of light altogether. Light that travels so far before it arrives that it carries almost nothing of its source by the time it reaches you. Starlight is ancient light, light that left its origin long before this world remembers. It is lovely, but it is not intimate. A torch is a borrowed thing. You carry it. You hold it up against the dark as a kind of argument. A torch is what a small warm creature does when it finds itself in a place the sun doesn't reach. It borrows combustion. It insists on visibility in a space that has declined to offer it. The catalogers, when they wrote down Qi Mu Ru Ming Dang, were reaching for something that produces light without drama, without distance, without argument. A lamp, in the context they knew, was the warmest kind of light. The oil lamp in the corner of a room at night, the paper lantern hanging still in windless air. Light that is soft, that is close, that is sufficient for the space it occupies, not trying to illuminate everything, only occupying its own immediate world with a gentle and habitual glow. That is the quality of light the old text assigns to these eyes. The dark sea is 10,000 li across, its surface undisturbed, its depths unmeasured. And somewhere in that darkness, at whatever depth the fish has settled into on its slow passage, there are 2 points of warm light, moving at a pace that is barely distinguishable from stillness. The light they cast is not a beam. It doesn't project. It does not sweep the water before the creature like a searchlight clearing a path. The fish does not need a path cleared. The fish knows this water, knows it the way a sleeping body knows the weight of its own blanket, not as information being processed, but as a condition so familiar it requires no attention. The light simply accompanies. It illuminates, if that is even the right word, the immediate water, the water that is closest to the eyes, the water through which the vast body is currently moving. A small radius, a warm radius. The darkness begins again quite close, 5 body lengths away, 10, and then the dark is complete, and the world of the deep sea resumes its natural condition. But those 2 soft ovals of light exist. They persist. They move at the fish's pace, which is slow enough that the water adjusts around them gently, like a heavy cloth parting, to admit something that belongs to it. The color of the light, the text does not specify. Bright lamps, Ming Dang, gives us intensity and warmth, but not hue. And perhaps this is the scribe's wisdom again, that silence that trusts the image to carry its meaning without being over-described. The lamp's light, where oil is the fuel, tends toward amber, toward the lower end of the spectrum, where the eye softens its responses, and the body takes the light as a signal of evening, of closeness, of the end of the day's efforts. It is not the white light of a clear noon. It is not the blue-edged light of high altitude, or the cold clarity of winter. It is warm. It is old in its color, the way amber is old, the way the last hour of evening light is old, not because it is fading, but because it belongs to a frequency that the body has always recognized as meaning, rest is near. The active part of the day is behind you. The light that remains is enough for what remains to be done. The lampfish carries that light in its eyes, not because it is preparing to rest, necessarily, though the fish may rest in some form, for spans of time that would look to us like geological stillness, but because that is the nature of the light it has, that warm, amber, soft interior light. That is what biological illumination looks like in this cold and ancient water, in this dark that has no sun and no moon and no stars to lend its secondary fire. Your jaw has perhaps softened a little. Your hands rest where they are. The small sounds of where you are, whatever they are, have settled into the background of things, no longer requiring your attention. There is something worth dwelling on in the idea that the fish does not know its own eyes are visible. A creature carrying light in its eyes might, in a more dramatic telling, be seen as a beacon, a signal, a lighthouse, something toward which other things navigate. But the fish of the dark sea does not appear in the record as a lighthouse. It appears as a creature going about the business of its own existence in a place where that existence happens to include luminous eyes. It does not hold the light up for others. It does not orient itself by its own glow. The light is simply part of what it is, the way warmth is simply part of what a warm-blooded body is, present, continuous, unremarkable from the inside. From outside, of course, it is remarkable. From the perspective of the water around it, or the perspective of whatever other beings might exist at those depths, the fish's passage is accompanied by a slow, warm amber glow that rises from below or approaches from the north, or moves through the field of the dark sea like a very slow and very deliberate thought passing through a vast and otherwise still mind. That glow does not announce itself. It does not precede itself with any disturbance. It simply arrives over the course of what would seem to a smaller creature like a very long time, first barely perceptible, a slight warming of the absolute black, then gradually more present, then passing, then fading again behind it as the fish moves on. The dark sea receives it without surprise, without welcome, without resistance. The light passes through the dark the way all things move through the conditions they belong to, not overcoming the dark, not illuminating it into something other than itself, but simply being present within it, warmly, for as long as the passage lasts, and then moving on. The text is quiet about what the fish sees with these eyes. The text is quiet about most things regarding the fish's interior experience. It tells us the size, the location, the nature of the eyes, and then it closes. The bamboo strip offers what it has and withholds the rest, which may be a form of honesty. The fish's inner world is not available to the catalogers, just as the deep sea itself is not available to any surface-bound instrument. But the eyes face forward. They glow in the direction of the fish's movement. And there is something in that, in the image of warm light moving forward through absolute dark, that carries its own quiet coherence. The fish does not look back. The warm light it carries moves with it, always forward, always at the pace of the slow northern current, always steady. 2 soft points of amber in 10,000 li of dark water. The light does not need the dark to be less dark. The dark does not need the light to be extinguished. They move together, those two conditions, through the northern sea, the vast body between them, breathing in its deep, slow way, the twin lamps forward-facing, the darkness complete on every side, and yet not empty, never entirely empty, not here, not where the fish is. The water ahead of the great creature carries barely a warmth that will not hold for long after the fish has passed. A slight golden suggestion in the absolute black, the kind of light that asks nothing of you, that makes no demands, that simply exists in its own small radius and continues forward and does not stop. There is another creature in the old records that carries its own light. It does not live in the sea. It moves along the far northern edge of the sky, or beneath it, or perhaps through the space where sky and earth have not yet fully agreed on their boundary. The texts describe it differently in different places, as if the creature itself resists a single fixed account. It is called the torch dragon, Julong, and it is very old, older perhaps than the categories the catalogers used to contain it. The records in the Shanhai Jing, the classic of mountains and seas, place it at the foot of a mountain at the end of the world's northern reach. Its body is enormous, described as red serpentine, 1,000 li in length. Its face is that of a human, though the texts are careful to note that this face is still, that the expression does not change, that it has about it the quality of something that is never needed to communicate urgency. What the torch dragon does is simple and absolute and strange. When it opens its eyes, day comes. When it closes them, night falls. When it breathes out, the season warms. When it breathes in, the cold returns. Wind, too, is its breath, not a metaphor for breath, but breath itself moving outward into the world and pulling back. The creature is not a symbol of these cycles. It is, in the language of the old cosmography, their literal mechanism. Your body holds its own warmth right now, without effort. Your breath moves in and out at its own pace. You do not decide each breath. It simply continues. The torch dragon's light, like the light in the lampfish's eyes, does not come from anywhere else. It is not reflected from the sun, which the torch dragon's own waking summons into existence. It is not borrowed from fire, which is a lesser thing, a dependent thing, a thing that needs wood and air and the right conditions. The torch dragon's light is intrinsic. It is what the creature is rather than what the creature does. This is the detail the old texts return to in their quiet way. The passage recording the torch dragon notes that it does not eat, does not sleep, does not drink. The phrase in the original is terse, almost administrative. 不食不寝不息. It neither eats, nor sleeps, nor breathes in the way ordinary creatures breathe. This is not presented as remarkable. It is presented as a characteristic, the way one might note the color of a bird or the texture of a stone. And yet when the catalogers wrote it down, something about the phrase required no elaboration. The creature sustains itself entirely from within. It does not draw on the world around it for its continuation. The world rather draws on it. The lamp fish in the northern sea is not the torch dragon. The two creatures belong to different registers of the old geography, one in water, one on the edge of sky and land. One a fish, vast and slow in the deep cold, one a dragon in the old Chinese sense, which is not quite the Western dragon but something older and more various, scaled, long, carrying in itself the capacity for transformation. But there is a lineage between them, a shared quality, a common characteristic that the texts taken together begin to suggest without stating outright. Both creatures carry light that is their own. In the world of the northern dark, and the old cosmography is consistent on this point, that the north is the region of cold, of dimness, of waters that do not receive the sun's full warmth. In that world, the creatures that survive there, that exist there, do not do so by waiting for external light to reach them. They do not orient themselves toward the sun and lean into its warmth from a great distance. They have something inside them that makes waiting unnecessary. The torch dragon's eyes, when open, are the lamp itself. The fish's eyes, moving through the dark water, are the lamp itself. Neither creature is illuminated. Both creatures illuminate. This is a small distinction, and it is everything. You can feel the weight of your own body now, settled and still. The darkness behind your closed eyes is not a darkness that requires correction. It is simply where you are, and where you are is sufficient. The old scholars who compiled the Shanhai Jing, working from oral traditions and older texts, and perhaps from observations of the natural world that no longer match the world we know, these scholars were not philosophers in the formal sense. They were catalogers. They recorded. They organized. They did not typically pause to draw conclusions, to say, look, here is a pattern, here is what the pattern means, but the pattern is there in the accumulation of entries, in the way the catalog builds. There are many creatures in the northern waste, and many of them are described in terms of what they carry within themselves rather than what they receive from outside. Creatures that generate their own warmth, creatures whose bodies are the source of phenomena, wind, rain, cold, rather than the subjects of those phenomena. Creatures whose existence is self-completing, self-sustaining, requiring no particular set of external conditions to persist. The torch dragon is the most dramatic of these. It is the one whose internal light scales up to the level of day and night itself. When it wakes, the world wakes. When it rests, the world rests. There is something almost unbearable about that, held up to ordinary experience. The creature's rest is not a withdrawal from significance. Its rest is when the world rests too. The fish in the northern sea operates at a different scale, within the dark, not over all the world's light and dark, but the principle is the same, and the scale is in some ways more intimate, more accessible to a quiet mind moving towards sleep. The fish does not make day. The fish does not govern the cycles of the waking world. The fish simply moves through its own particular darkness with its own particular light, and the darkness around it is neither less nor more because of that. The fish is not trying to illuminate the northern sea. It is simply seeing what it needs to see, lighting what needs to be lit, moving forward at the pace that its own biology sets for it. The torch dragon is a statement about the cosmos, about the mechanism of day and night, the governance of seasons, the architecture of time itself. The lampfish is a quieter statement. It is about the individual in the dark, about the small necessary light that is enough. Both statements are true. The old catalog holds them both, without ranking one above the other. In the deep registers of the northern geography, the Beihuangjing, the records of the northern waste, there is a recurring attention to self-sufficiency, not as a virtue, not as a lesson to be drawn and applied, but as a simple observed condition of how certain things exist in the world's far places. The north does not receive what the center receives. The north is not the south, not the warm middle kingdoms where the sun arrives fully and the seasons turn clearly and the rivers carry warm water to the sea. The north is where you go when you have stopped waiting for those conditions. Or perhaps more precisely, the north is where the creatures live that were never waiting in the first place. The torch dragon did not migrate to the edge of the sky because it could not survive in the warmer regions. It is at the edge of the sky because the edge of the sky is where it belongs, where its own nature is expressed fully, where its breath shapes the wind rather than being shaped by it, where its opening and closing eyes are not competing with a sun that is already there. The lampfish is in the northern sea because the dark sea is where its eyes are most fully themselves. To carry your own light, the old catalog seems to say without saying it, is to find the place where that light is sufficient, not to carry it into the bright noon and have it disappear, to carry it into the deep places, the dark places, the places where the ordinary sources have given out, and to find there that the light inside you is exactly what is needed. The darkness does not diminish the fish's eyes, it reveals them. What the torch dragon and the lampfish share, across their very different scales and habitats, and registers of the old mythology is this: they are both complete, not in the sense of being finished or bounded, in the sense of being whole within themselves, not requiring an external source to be what they are. The torch dragon's eyes open, the world has light. The torch dragon's eyes close, the world rests, and in the sea below, in the deep, cold northern water, the fish moves slowly forward. Its eyes are still. 2 points of amber in the dark, moving at their own pace, asking nothing of the sky above the water, nothing of the stars that do not reflect on that surface, nothing of the sun that the torch dragon may or may not have woken on the other side of the world. The fish does not need to know whether it is day or night above the water. The fish does not need to know. It has its own measure of light, and that measure is enough, and it moves forward through 10,000 li of northern dark, carrying that measure quietly, steadily, without announcement. This is what the northern creatures have in common, taken together. They do not wait for dawn. The warmth of your breath, moving out slowly now, is its own small continuation, not borrowed, not contingent, simply yours and sufficient, and continuing forward at its own quiet pace through whatever darkness surrounds it. The catalog closes on that image for a moment before turning its pages. 2 creatures, vast and unhurried, one at the edge of sky, shaping the world's light with the simple act of opening its eyes, one in the deep water, carrying 2 soft lamps forward through the cold northern dark. And between them, in the wide geography of the old records, a territory that does not require external light, that holds its own illumination in the bodies of the things that live there, patient and complete. There is a phrase from the old philosophical records, Ding Hun Ji, that might be translated as the meaning of fixing dusk, or the wisdom of settling into dimness. It is not a phrase that appears in the natural history catalogs with their careful measurements of fins and mountain heights. It belongs to a different kind of record, a record of principles rather than places. But it arrives here, at this point in the geography of the northern dark, with the weight of something that has always belonged. Ding Hun Ji, the fixing of dusk. To fix dusk is not to stop it. It is not to freeze the light at the moment before it fails. The philosophers who wrote this phrase understood dusk as an event with its own completion, a process that does not end in loss, but in a kind of arrival. The day has traveled to its boundary. It has not been extinguished. It has settled. There is a difference between these 2 ways of understanding what happens when light fades. In one understanding, dusk is the beginning of an absence. What was present, the sun, the warm color of afternoon, the clear edge of shadows on stone, has withdrawn. The world is diminished. Whatever comes after is a lesser version of what came before. In the other understanding, dusk is the completion of something that was always moving toward this point. The light has not left. It has gathered itself, concentrated, drawn its brightness inward. The world has not lost anything. It has arrived somewhere. The dimness is the destination, not the detour. The philosophical text that carries the phrase Ding Hun Ji holds to the second of these, and it is worth sitting with that, just for a moment, before moving further into the dark water where the great fish rests. Your breathing is slow now. The weight of your body is distributed across whatever surface holds you, and that surface holds you completely, without effort, without any action required on your part. The dark behind your closed eyes has its own texture, not uniform, not empty, but soft and variable, shifting the way the surface of still water shifts when no wind crosses it. This is what dusk looks like from the inside. The great fish in the dark sea of the north carries within it a particular embodiment of this principle, though it does not know the phrase, and it has never read the philosophical records. It does not need to. The principle is inscribed in its body. It does not angle upward toward the surface. seeking the faint glow that might descend through 10,000 li of water from whatever distant sun lies above the northern waste. The records do not say whether any such light exists. The dark sea, as described, does not reflect stars. Its surface cannot be distinguished from the sky above it. Whether or not there is a sun somewhere far above the cold and the dark, the fish does not orient toward it. It does not wait. This is the central thing. Waiting is a posture toward external conditions. Waiting says, what I need will arrive from outside, and until it does, I am incomplete. The fish in the cold, dark water does not hold this posture. Its body is not tilted toward absence. Its eyes, those two lamp eyes, warm and biological, generating their own slow light from within, are not searchlights sweeping the dark for something to reflect. They simply emit. They are not asking. They are not waiting to be answered. They have fixed their own dusk. The philosopher who wrote that phrase would have understood this. To fix dusk is to complete the movement toward dimness, to arrive at it fully, to settle into it the way the great fish has settled into the deepest cold water of the northern sea, not retreating, not suspended mid-fall, simply resting in the condition that is fully arrived. There is a quality to this kind of rest that is different from exhaustion. Exhaustion is a collapse, the body surrendering because it can no longer maintain its effort. What the fish embodies is something older and more deliberate than that. It is a rest that has always been the destination of the day, the completion of a cycle, the place the light goes when it is finished with the world of surfaces and returns to its source. The fish's eyes do not go dark. This is important. The principle of Ding Hun, the fixing of dusk, is not the extinguishing of light. It is the internalization of it. The light does not disappear. It no longer needs to be directed outward. It becomes sufficient to itself, present within the body of the creature that carries it, warm in the dark water, pulsing at the slow rhythm of a heartbeat that takes minutes rather than seconds to complete its full arc. Dusk is fixed when the light stops reaching and simply rests in the place it has always belonged. There is a stillness you may be feeling now, a kind of heaviness that is not uncomfortable, a soft resistance in your limbs to the idea of movement. This is not a failure of alertness. The old philosophical records would recognize it. This is the process of fixing. The day has traveled its full distance. It has arrived at the boundary. What follows is not loss. The lampfish rests in the cold northern water, and its eyes carry their own glow, and its vast body, 1,000 li from the front of its head to the trailing edge of its furthest fin, is motionless in the way that mountains are motionless. Not frozen, not dead, simply settled into the deepest position of its nature. The text of the northern records measures the dark sea at 10,000 li. This is a number too large for the mind to hold without effort, and so the mind does not hold it. It simply accepts the figure as it would accept the idea of depth that cannot be sounded. 10,000 li of dark water, 1,000 li of living body within it. Two lights, neither too large nor too small, moving at the pace that a vast creature sets when it is not moving toward anything in particular. This is the geography of completion. The philosophers who thought about Ding Hun Ji were thinking, in part, about human rest, about the way a person at the end of a day might understand what had happened to them, whether they felt they had lost the light, or whether they understood that the light had arrived somewhere it had always been going. The difference between these two understandings determines in part what rest feels like. If dusk is loss, then closing your eyes is a small defeat. Something is being given up. The warmth and activity of the waking world are withdrawing, and what remains is merely the absence of what was. If dusk is completion, then the weight behind your eyelids is not absence but arrival. The day has not withdrawn from you. You have accompanied it to its natural end. You are in the right place. The dimness you feel now, moving through your body slowly, like cool water through warm stone. This is not the world becoming less. This is the world arriving at what it was always becoming. You are not waiting for morning. Morning is part of a different cycle, and that cycle will come as it always does, in its own time without your help. For now, you are here in the dark that is its own completion. The great fish does not know that morning will come. It does not need to know. Its lamp eyes carry their own sufficiency through whatever portion of time the dark sea holds. The philosophical principle extends further still. Dinghunji is not only about the transition from day to night. It is about any moment of settling, any point at which effort gives way to rest, at which the directed will relaxes its orientation toward some external condition and finds that what it already carries is enough. The fish does not carry borrowed light. It carries its own. The warmth in your chest, the slow movement of breath entering and leaving, this is also not borrowed. It belongs to you entirely. It does not depend on any external source continuing to function. It is already, in this moment, sufficient. It is already the lamp behind your ribs, the biological heat that needs no confirmation from outside, the quiet light that continues whether or not anything beyond the boundary of your skin is providing it. The dark sea has no stars reflected on its surface, and still the fish rests, and still the lamp eyes hold their warmth, and still the vast body is perfectly still in water that has not been disturbed for as long as the creature has remained in this one position, in this deepest part of the northern cold. Ding-hoon, dusk fixed. The light stops reaching outward and finds that it was always sufficient where it was. The body stops orienting toward the distant possibility of morning and finds that the dark is already complete. Not an interruption of something better, not a waiting room for the day, but the full and finished arrival of a thing that has been moving toward this point since the first moment of its existence. The warm glow in the deep water, the lamp that does not search, the body that does not wait. The old catalog continues its slow survey of the northern geography, the dark sea, the vast body, the unmeasured shores, the water that holds no reflection of any sky. And within that geography, the philosophical principle of Dinghunji rests as naturally as the fish rests, not placed there deliberately, not imposed upon the landscape, but simply recognized, the way you recognize the weight of your own body against the surface beneath you. Something that was already there, already complete, already carrying its own quiet warmth through whatever portion of the dark it moves through. The dark sea does not change. 10,000 li of water, and no wind crosses it. No current marks its surface, no star finds its mirror in that depth. The water simply is dark and full and still, in the way that only very old things are still. And somewhere within it the vast body moves. Not quickly, not with urgency. The creature that is 1,000 li long does not hurry through anything. It moves the way deep time moves, slowly enough that the motion is barely distinguishable from rest, slowly enough that the water around it seems to part, not because it is pushed, but because it chooses to make room. The body passes, the water closes behind it, unhurried, settling back into its original position over the course of many hours, the way a heavy cloth settles after a hand has been drawn beneath it, slowly with gravity, without sound. You can feel that settling, the quiet weight of water finding its place again, the dark sea composing itself after the passage of something vast. It breathes a little, that settling. It has a rhythm. 10,000 li of dark water, and within it, 1,000 li of living form. Those numbers sit in the mind and then slowly lose their edges. They are too large for urgency. They are too large for anything but a kind of slow wonder that does not keep you awake, that does its work and then dissolves, leaving only the feeling of enormous, unhurried scale. The fish does not know it is being considered. It moves through the dark water as it has always moved, steadily, without destination, tracing routes that are not routes so much as the natural expression of a body too large to be still. A thing 1,000 li long cannot rest the way a smaller creature rests. Its stillness is a relative thing. Even in its deepest ease, some portion of its body is in slow motion, a fin adjusting, a long tail sweeping through a wide arc, the whole great form describing a curve so gradual that it takes days to complete. This is its rest, this gentle ongoing arc through dark water, and the eyes are open, 2 points of warm light, moving through 10,000 li of dark, at the pace of a slow dream. They do not hurry, they do not search. They cast their glow into the water ahead, and the water receives it. Not brightening exactly, but warming. The darkness taking on a quality of depth rather than absence, the way a room changes when a single candle is lit somewhere at its far end. The light is biological. It comes from within the creature, from something older than fire, older than the first star that was placed in the sky above the living world. It is the light that living things make from their own substance, quiet and sufficient, and not borrowed from anything outside. The twin lamps pulse very slowly, not a flicker, not a flash, a pulse, the way a heartbeat is a pulse, regular and low and deeply interior. If you were close enough to see it, you might not notice it at first. You would see only a steady glow. But if you watched long enough, you would begin to feel it rather than see it. A gentle brightening and dimming, so slow it almost matches the rhythm of a breath held, and then softly released. In and out. 10,000 li of dark water, 1,000 li of living form, 2 lamps pulsing. Notice how your own breath has found a slower place, the chest rising and falling without effort, a body heavy against whatever holds it, settled the way water settles, fully, without remainder. The dark sea holds its occupant the way your breath holds you, without clutching, without demand, simply by being the medium in which the living thing moves. The fish does not resist the dark. It does not move toward light it cannot find here. There is no light to find here. No stars reach this water. No moon lays its silver path across this surface. No dawn arrives on any shore of the 10,000 li sea. And the fish does not wait for any of these things. It tarries what it needs. The eyes like lamps, the glow that moves with the body, that goes where the body goes, that illuminates nothing beyond itself, and asks for nothing beyond what it already has. 1,000 li of creature, drifting in 10,000 li of water. The numbers return. They circle slowly. They have no sharp edges. 10,000 li, 1,000 li, eyes like lamps. The phrases settle the way the water settles after the fish has passed, slowly into a kind of quiet arrangement that does not call for anything more. The dark sea breathes, not as a metaphor, or not only. The surface of the water moves with something. Perhaps it is the slow exhalation of the fish's great body, the displacement of water rising as pressure, and then releasing across the surface in waves too long and too slow to look like waves. Perhaps it is something older than the fish, the rhythm of the sea itself, which was here before the creature and will be hereafter, vast and patient and full of its own dark warmth, the breathing of the dark sea. You have been hearing it for some time now without naming it, the rhythm beneath the silence, the soft rise and fall that your own body has been matching without being asked. In, out, 10,000 li in one direction, 10,000 li in another, and somewhere near the unmeasured center, the fish completes its slow arc and begins another, its eyes casting their low, warm glow into the water it moves through. The glow touches nothing dramatic. It illuminates the water immediately around the creature, a small radius of warmth and an enormous darkness. And this is enough. The fish does not require a larger lamp. The fish does not require the sea to be bright. It requires only that the next portion of water ahead be knowable, and the lamp eyes provide that. And so the fish moves forward, unhurrying, complete. 10,000 li of dark water. The fish has been here a long time, longer than the catalogers who noted it in their careful records, longer perhaps than the brushes that wrote its name, long enough that it has traced its slow arcs through the sea so many times that the water itself seems to remember the shape of its passage, the particular displacement, the particular wake, the particular twin lamp glow that precedes the vast body through the dark. The water knows this creature, and the creature knows this water, its temperature, its pressure at various depths, the way it thickens toward the unmeasured bottom, the way it lightens near the surface that no light ever reaches from above. The fish knows the dark sea the way you know the surface you're resting on right now, not by thinking about it, but by the feel of it against the length of your body, its particular density and warmth, the way it supports you without effort on either side. Something held, something holding. The twin lamps pulse again, very slowly, almost imperceptibly. The brightening and dimming that is not a flicker but a breath, not a signal but a rhythm, not a message, but simply the expression of a living thing continuing to live in the way it has always lived. Steadily, quietly, in the dark, 10,000 li, 1,000 li, eyes like lamps. The phrases return once more. They have been here before. They will return again. This is not repetition so much as the natural movement of water that has nowhere urgent to go. It circles back. It passes over familiar ground. It is the same water and also always slightly different water, moved by the same long rhythms. The dark sea does not change, and within it the great body continues its slow arc, the twin lights moving at the pace of something that has never needed to hurry, in water that has never required anything of it. The glow does not diminish. It pulses in and out, and the dark water around it grows neither brighter nor darker for it. The light simply is, the way the fish simply is, the way the dark sea simply is, complete, sufficient, requiring no addition, no correction, no waiting for something else to arrive. Somewhere in 10,000 li of dark water the slow arc continues. The body turns. The lamps move with it. warm and steady and low, casting their familiar glow into the water that knows them, into the dark that holds them, into the vast and unhurrying stillness of the northern sea. The fish does not look upward. There are no stars here, and the fish does not search for them. There is no sky visible through 10,000 li of dark water, and the fish does not lift its great head toward where a sky might be. It moves through the dark sea the way it has always moved, not toward light, not away from darkness, but simply through the water that holds it, at the pace that is its own. This is not a creature waiting for dawn. Dawn does not come to the northern sea. The dark above the water and the dark within it are the same dark, continuous and complete, and the fish has never known any different condition. It was not born into light and then carried into darkness. It emerged into this, the slow, cold weight of the deep water, the silence that has no edges, the absence of any source of illumination other than the two lamps behind its own eyes. Your body rests against the surface beneath you. Your breathing is slower than it was. The weight of your limbs has become something familiar. Not a burden, but a kind of evidence. You are here. You are held. The dark behind your closed eyes is your own dark, as the dark sea is the fish's own. The fish does not wait. Waiting implies something expected. Waiting implies a dawn that will eventually come, a light that will eventually reach down through the water and change what the water is. The fish carries no such expectation. It has been 1,000 li long in this dark sea, for longer than any text can measure, and in all that time it has not once paused in its slow turning to watch for something from outside itself. The text records only what it observes. A sea of 10,000 li, a fish of 1,000 li, eyes like bright lamps. It does not record a creature in distress. It does not record a creature diminished by the dark. It records a creature complete within it. The lamps are lower now, or perhaps they have always been this brightness, and it is only that the eye, any eye, a watching eye, a dreaming eye, has grown accustomed to them, accustomed to their warmth, accustomed to the slow pulse that moves through their glow in time with the fish's breathing, that long, slow biological rhythm, in and out, across a body that takes hours to travel. The light does not need to be bright. It never needed to be bright. Brightness is for finding things at a distance. Brightness is for navigating an open space when you cannot yet see your destination and must send your vision ahead of you into the unknown. The fish has no destination. The dark sea is not unknown to it. The water that moves through the slow passage of its great body is the same water the fish has always known, not by sight but by the particular weight of it, the particular pressure against its sides, the temperature that has not changed in longer than temperature can be measured. The lamps are not searchlights. They do not sweep the dark. They glow quietly where the fish's eyes rest, ahead and slightly down, or to the side, or closed perhaps, in a way that still lets their light seep through, and they illuminate nothing in particular, only what is immediately close, only the water directly before them, which is dark water, which is enough. You breathe in, and you breathe out. The air moves through you without effort, the way water moves through the dark sea without effort. You did not need to remind your body to breathe. It has been doing this on its own, in the dark, while your attention was elsewhere, moving slowly through 10,000 li of deep and quiet narration, following the low glow of something that carries its own light. The dark is not a problem. This is the thing the text knows. embedded in its plain and unhurried record. The northern sea is not a place of suffering. The darkness of the northern waste is not something the inhabitants endure. It is something they inhabit. It is the condition of their existence as entirely and as neutrally as sunlight is the condition of a mountain meadow in summer. The fish does not find the dark difficult. The fish does not find the dark at all, the way you do not find the air you breathe. It is simply what surrounds you, simply what you move through, simply what you are made for. You may have arrived at the edge of sleep, carrying the habit of solving, turning things over, returning to questions, finding the unfinished edges of the day, and pressing at them. That habit belongs to the daylit world, where problems have solutions, and solutions require light, and light requires a source outside yourself. In the northern sea, none of that applies. The fish rests in the dark. Its eyes are nearly closed, or they hold the same low glow they have always held. It is difficult now to distinguish between a lamp diminished and a lamp simply resting, its light turned inward, illuminating nothing in the outer water, but persisting, quietly, in the warm biology of the creature itself. The light has not gone out, it has only settled. This is what settling looks like, from the inside. Not an extinguishing, not a giving up, not the end of the light, but the return of the light to where it began, back into the body that made it, back into the slow warmth of a living creature resting in deep water, back into the pulse that was always its origin. The fish does not need the dark to change. It does not need the water to grow warmer or shallower or more still. It does not need the pressure above it to lift, does not need a surface to break through, does not need any shore or shallowing or the distant smell of a different kind of water. The dark sea is sufficient. The fish is sufficient within it. The light behind its eyes, lower now, slow now, moving at the pace of breath rather than the pace of attention, is sufficient for everything the fish requires, which is nothing now. Nothing is required now. Your jaw is soft, your hands are open, or they are closed, and either way they are resting. The thoughts that were moving through you, the ones that felt like things you were supposed to hold on to, have grown lighter and lighter, and now they move the way the fish moves, without urgency, without destination, in a direction that doesn't need a name. The dark does not need correcting. The text does not apologize for the darkness of the northern sea. It states the darkness plainly. A dark sea, 10,000 li, no stars, no shore, no sky distinguishable from water. And then it states the fish, and then it states the lamps, and that is the whole of what it records, and that is the whole of what it needed to record, because everything essential is there in those three observations: the dark, the creature within it, the light the creature carries. That is the complete picture. The fish turns slowly in the dark water. The twin lights move with it, not sweeping, not searching, but turning with the body's own turn, following the direction of a creature that has no direction, resting in motion, resting in the slow arc that is neither going somewhere nor arriving anywhere, but simply continuing, the way breath continues, the way the dark sea continues, the way the light behind the fish's closed eyes continues, lower, softer, warmer, deeper. There is warmth in that light. Even now, even at this depth, even with the lamps nearly closed and the glow turned inward, there is warmth. It is the warmth of a living thing, the biological warmth that is different from the warmth of fire, different from the warmth of sunlight, belonging only to the creature itself, generated from within, requiring nothing from outside. It does not depend on a star. It does not depend on a flame. It depends only on the slow turning of the fish's own deep life, which continues, which has always continued, which will continue long after any watcher has drifted away from the watching. You do not need to watch anymore. The fish rests in the dark water. Its light is its own. The dark sea holds it without asking anything of it, and the fish rests within the dark without needing the dark to be anything other than what it is. 10,000 li of still water, one vast body slowing, two lamps low and interior and warm, pulsing at the pace of something that has never needed to hurry, in water that has never needed to be anything but dark. The light persists, dimmer now, interior, sufficient. The dark sea holds 10,000 li of water, one body within it, still. The body is vast, 1,000 li of slow, breathing mass, and the water holds every part of it without effort, without strain, the way darkness holds whatever enters it. You do not need to hold anything. The water does that. The dark does that. The fish rests, and the water holds it, and that is enough. 10,000 li, one body, two lamps low and warm. These are the only facts that remain now. Everything else is settled to the bottom, slow as silt, slow as the turning of deep seasons. What is left is this: the dark water, the vast body, the quiet light that the body makes for itself. The fish does not move toward anything. It rests where the water is deepest, where the dark is most complete, and it breathes, slowly, the way water breathes, not in and out but through, a whole body exchanging something with the world around it, the way stone exchanges warmth with the air at the end of a long day. You breathe too, slower than you did an hour ago, softer. Your weight has been settling, the way the fish's weight settles, the way anything held by something large and patient eventually stops resisting and simply rests. The dark sea holds the fish, something holds you. 10,000 li of still water, 1,000 li of still body, two lamps. The lamps are not bright now. They are the way a fire is after the wood has mostly gone. Not flames, but warmth, but a deep amber pulse that says there is still life here. There is still something burning slowly in the deep interior, and it is enough. The fish does not need the lamps to be bright. It is not reading by them. It is not navigating by them. They burn because the fish is alive, and the fish is alive the way the deep earth is alive, not with urgency, but with a slow, patient existence that has always been and will always be, not with effort, but with the slow, continuous fact of its own existence. The water receives that light without changing. The dark receives it without diminishing. Both hold. The fish rests. 10,000 li, one body, two lamps. The water is still. There is no surface above this place that you can feel anymore. There was a surface once. You came from above, from the world of day and weather, from the world of sound and motion. But that world has grown very far away. It is still there, perhaps. It does not matter now. What matters is the water. What matters is the dark. What matters is the low, warm light that the fish carries, that requires nothing from you, that does not ask to be seen. It simply is. The fish breathes. The lamps pulse. Slowly, again, slowly. The rhythm is older than any rhythm you have been asked to follow today. It is older than the rhythms of the day itself, older than morning, older than the sequence of hours that brought you here. It is the rhythm of something that has always been this way. A body this vast moving at the pace of deep geological time, the pace of water filling stone over 1,000 years. You do not have to match it. Your breathing has already found it. The dark sea, the vast body, the low light, these three things, that is all. The fish is not alone in the dark, because the dark is not loneliness. The dark is the sea itself, the substance in which the fish lives, the medium through which it breathes, the thing that holds it so completely that there is no boundary between being held and simply being. You are held that way now, not held tightly, just held, the way the water holds the fish, without gripping, without asking, without end. 10,000 li of holding, one body receiving it, two lamps, warm and low, burning at the pace of deep sleep. The fish does not dream of light from outside. It carries the only light it needs. It has always carried it, through the long dark seasons, through the deep cold, through the unmeasured years of the northern waste, where no sun reaches, and no moon traces its reflection on the water. The fish does not miss those things. It has its own. You have your own. Whatever carries warmth in you, the slow heat in your chest, the weight of your own breathing, the quiet persistence of your body doing its work without any help from your mind, that is your lamp. It does not need you to tend it. It burns on its own, the way the fish's eyes burn, low, warm, interior, sufficient. The water moves, not from wind. There is no wind here. Not from current. There is no direction here, no north within the north, no toward or away. The water moves because the fish breathes, a slow expansion, a slow release, and the water receives both without preference. You breathe, a slow expansion, a slow release. The water receives it. 10,000 li, one body, one breath, two laps, barely distinguishable now from the warmth of the water itself, the warmth that has always been here, deep in the northern sea, a warmth that has nothing to do with sun or fire or anything borrowed from the sky. It is the warmth of something alive, resting. The fish rests, the lamps rest. They do not go out. They do not need to go out. They simply soften the way your awareness softens now, not disappearing but becoming less distinct, less separated from the dark around it, more like the dark than different from it. Dark that is almost light, the fish in the water in the dark everywhere, holding everything, asking nothing. 10,000 li, still. One vast body, still. Two lamps, still burning, still. The word for this, in the old texts, in the long ago language of those who mapped these waters, was not emptiness. It was not absence. It was completion. The seal of dusk, the closing of the day's eye, the moment when the world does not end, but simply finishes what it was doing and rests. The fish has always known this moment. It lives within it. It does not wait for it to pass. The dark sea does not wait for morning. The lampfish does not wait for morning. Its light is already here, already enough, already home. 10,000 li of dark water, one body, slow and vast, resting in it. Two eyes, warm and low, lit from within. The water holds, the dark holds, the body rests. The light rests. You rest. 10,000 li, one lamp, still. Somewhere in the dark water the light continues, not brightly, just enough. Two soft glows, moving with the slow rise and fall of something vast and breathing. You feel that breathing now. the weight of your body, settled, the warmth of what holds you, the darkness behind your eyes, complete and without edges. This is the same dark. This is that water. You are already there. The fish does not know you are near. It does not need to. Its body moves in slow time, a time older than clocks, older than seasons, older than the turning of any wheel you have ever known. Its eyes are low, almost closed, still lit. The light they give is the color of embers, the color of a room where a candle has burned for a long while, and the flame has grown small, and the walls have grown warm. That color, that warmth, it is yours too. Somewhere behind your ribs a small light, not fire, not a star borrowed from outside, your own. It was always there. It does not need the morning to exist. The great body drifts, not toward anything, not away, simply drifting as all heavy things drift when the water is still enough and the dark is deep enough and nothing calls them anywhere. The water holds it, 10,000 li of dark water, and all of it holding. You feel the holding, the way the surface beneath you presses back, gently, evenly, without demand. That is the same water. That is the same holding. Your hands are heavy. Your breath is slow. The space behind your eyes has grown very wide, very dark, very still. In the old text, the catalogers wrote their final character and set down their brushes, and the ink dried slowly on the bamboo, and the room grew quiet. They had named what they found. They had measured what could be measured. They had written 10,000 li. They had written 1,000 li. They had written eyes like bright lamps. And then they rested, because that was enough. It was always enough. The fish rests, its body 1,000 li of slow and breathing flesh, rests in 10,000 li of dark water. The numbers do not matter anymore. Only the resting, only the light, dim now, very dim, still there. Your breath moves without effort. In, a long soft pause. Out, the pause between breaths, that small open space, is the same space as the dark sea. Boundless, unhurried, held. You do not need to do anything within it. The fish knows this. It breathes in the dark, and its light moves with its breathing, and the water takes the motion of its body and carries it outward, slowly, in rings too slow and wide to see. Just felt, just barely felt, the way you feel this now, the warmth of your own chest, the soft weight of your own limbs, the quiet. Something in you has been still for a long time, longer than this night. It has been still since before you were born, a deep old stillness at the center, waiting, not sleeping, not absent, just resting, the way the dark sea rests, the way the lampfish rests within it, full, complete, carrying its own light, needing nothing from the sky. The sky is very far away now. The surface of the water is very far above. Down here, there is only warmth, only slow movement, only the twin glow of something vast and alive and at rest. You are at rest. The dark is not empty. It is full of this, full of the slow breath of something very old and very large and very calm, full of the light that needs no fire to exist, full of the water that needs no shore to be complete. 10,000 li. Know where you need to be, nothing you need to carry. The light is already here, already yours, already burning, soft and low and enough. The fish moves, barely, a long, slow drift. The water moves with it. You move with the water. Just that much. Just a settling. The way the body finds its final position in the night. Not chosen, just arrived at, just where it was always going. There, still. The lamp eyes dim to the color of something seen through closed eyelids. A warmth, a suggestion, a glow that is almost the same as darkness, almost indistinguishable, but not quite. There, still there, the faintest living light in 10,000 li of quiet water. You are in the water. You are the quiet. The light inside you burns the way it always has. Dim, slow, enough.